Good morning, and welcome to the public participation portion of the Volusia County Council meeting on this June 15th. And at this time, we will hear from those of you who have filled out a card and wish to tell us what's on your mind on any subject. Please address your remarks to me, and our first speaker is Morton Culligan, and if you'll come and state your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. My name is Morton Culligan, 66 Tanglewood Road in exciting DeBary, Florida. I would like to address the violence in the Capitol yesterday. It was not surprising, but hopefully we can learn from it. Our president, right after call for unity, soon after the attack, but he was an agent of divisiveness, total divisiveness before the campaign. Now he calls for unity. I ask you to ask yourself, do our national government leaders expect peace and security? And when we are bombing at least 7 nations overseas, we are a nation that respects no borders with our bombers, missiles, and acts of violence, yet our leaders expect to have security when they are the very people that could stop our insane 16 years of futile war in the Mideast. I have no sympathy for our senators and congressmen because our government lives by the sword and has zero interest in peace. There's no money in peace. I call my Republican Congressman Ron DeSantis' office every day, every office, and ask him, when are we going to ever stop these 16 years of war? We're just hurting ourselves, we're killing innocent people, and it's totally counterproductive. And the only reason we're there is money. Trace all that money that we're spending on these wars back to U.S. corporations and the Defense Department. I urge you as Americans to call public officials and ask them when the United States will stop its permanent wars and permanent violence. We have slaughtered millions with B-52s, B-17s, B-29s, Spectre gunships. I could go on and on. We must stop our terror before we can address the terror of others. Thank you.
Thank you. And Marcy, that's the only card I had. Is there anyone else that filled the card out?
No, sir, that's it.
Okay. If not, we will adjourn the portion of public participation, and we will be back here at 10 to begin the council meeting. Thank you for being here.
to do L, and then I'm going to do I-1. I'm going to do L first. Pat and I will be here then.
I understand he's not. Good morning. We are just about 2 seconds away from calling the meeting to order. I'll let everyone take time to get settled. I like to try to start our meeting on time. And since everyone is nice and quiet and still, we'll go ahead and call the June 15th meeting of the Volusia County Council to order. And at this time, Pastor Dave Schillinger is going to offer the invocation. Those who'd like to stand, it'll be followed by the pledge. Asking the council, you're invited to stand as well.
Gracious God, sovereign of the universe, we thank you for the governing authority that you share in this world, even as you have shared it with this county council. And now we ask that as the council begins its deliberations and makes its decisions, here's the presentations that will be made, that this process would be blessed for the sake of decency and order and the governance of Volusia County to the benefit of all of its citizens. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I remember. Thank you.
Thank you for the beautiful blessing. Thank you so much. You too.
Marcy, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Cusack? Ms. Denny's?
Here.
Dr. Lowry?
Here.
Ms. Post?
Here.
Mr. Kelly?
Here.
And Mr. Patterson is absent today, so a unanimous vote will be 6-0.
Thank you.
Sure.
At this time, we'll move to the comments on the consent agenda items. Mr. Deneen, I think you have a couple of comments.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have comments on item I-1 and L. Whenever you'd like, I'd like to do L first.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis, would you like to step to the microphone? Our election supervisor, she would like to comment on this item and give an update to the public and to the council on her actions under this item.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I thank you for this opportunity just to tell everyone what L is. It is purchasing new EVIDs, which is our electronic voter identification system. That is our check-in when voters come into either early voting or to the polls. They present a form of picture ID. We can either scan it, their driver's license or a Florida State ID, or we can look them up by their other forms if they don't have one of those. But this is an electronic form rather than those real big thick stacks of precinct registers we used to have and had to flip through to look through. We have had these in place. We purchased these in 2011. However, we were on the back end of their 10-year support. So now we're now out of support with those, and they have come up with a new one, which is called their Edge, which is a lot more of a sleek design. It is all in one case. We just have to lift the lid off and plug it up. So I am asking, hoping that you would support this purchase because it is needed. They are taking our old ones in on trade, which is a good thing. Sometimes, usually they go out to reefs, but they are taking those back. So we are getting somewhat of a credit on our old equipment. So I will be happy to entertain any questions that you may have. I do want to state that the voter will probably not notice a difference as they are here every other year, most of them, to vote. You may not even be able to remember what you went in and voted on when you came in to vote. So they won't notice much of a difference. The poll workers will notice a little bit, still the same format. It's just a different design. And one good thing with this, we can take it off of its stand and use it as a handheld. It's kind of like a tablet. And we can walk the line, especially at early voting. And if somebody may have a question about their registration or wanting to make sure if they're registered or just any type of questions, we can look that up while they're waiting in line. And if there is an issue, we can bring them to the forefront to take care of that, where they're not standing in line the whole time. And the same thing at the polls, if they happen to be at the wrong location, we can tell them. It comes with a little printer that would be carried on somebody's belt clip hooked to it, and print a little ticket that would show them which precinct they do belong to.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Dennis?
Thank you. The fact that it's portable, I think, is going to be very user-friendly for the citizens in the process. Is there any chance, I know with early voting, you know, especially at the Brandon Center, New Smyrna Beach, and Daytona, where the lines are very long, and people have questions when they're in line, will there be any opportunity, I don't know if ambassador is the best word, but if somebody could, I think we could probably speed up the process and answer some questions, because there have been some heated discussions in line
Absolutely.
at some of the sites, and this could help that situation tremendously.
Yes, and that is the purpose of getting these, where we can walk the lines.
Wonderful. Thank
Thank-
you. Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Mr. Deneen?
Yes, thank you, Lisa. I appreciate all the effort you put into keeping the technology up and giving us advance notice so that we could budget for this.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Y'all have a great day.
Now, item I1,
Okay.
I'd like to call Donna Butler. Donna, would you like to come up on the Merritt Island and explain to you, I felt it was best, because we added this to the agenda, just explain what we're doing in terms of support for the Merritt Island project.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna DeBarge Butler. This is just a resolution in support of a really great project down in Brevard County, and part of this wildlife refuge does come into Volusia County. So at the request of Ms. Denny's, who brought this forward, we just want to present to you a resolution that you could give in support of this great project. They're constructing a new community conservation education center, and it's also going to be a hub for the Coast to Coast Trail and the St. Johns River to Sea Loop. So since those are two really important trails for us, we just felt it was great to provide the support.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Deneen?
That's all, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone wish to pull any item from the consent agenda? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Dennis, seconded by Ms. Wheeler. Any objection to approving? Hearing no objection, the motion passes 6-0. This time we move to the presentations, awards and reports, and proclamations and retirements, and we will go to item number 2, and there's Joanne Magley.
Good morning. Joanne Magley, Community Information Director, and we have 2 retirements this morning. The first is Jim Morgan, Lieutenant with Volusia County Sheriff Office, who retired on May 31st after 30 years of dedicated service. And we will also recognize Billy Morgan Jr., Chemical Spray Technician, who will retire June 30th after more than 33 years of dedicated service. So at this time, I'd like to ask Lieutenant Jim Morgan and his family to come forward, and Sheriff Chitwood will begin the remarks.
Take your time. This only happens once, so just take your time.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable members. Lieutenant James Morgan has been with us for 30 years. He began his career on June 1st, 1987. He was hired as a deputy sheriff by Sheriff Duff. On October 28th of 2000, he was promoted to sergeant. On January 28th of 2006, he was promoted to lieutenant. During his career, he has been assigned to the following assignments: law enforcement services, field training officer, investigation, judicial services, community relations, special services, victims advocate program, investigative services, homeland security, Battle of the Badges inshore fishing tournament, 100 deputies, 100 kids, and the honor guard. Lieutenant Morgan has received the following letters of commendation and recognition. He's received 13 letters of commendation during his career. On June 5th of 2012, he received the Medal of Merit for 25 years of service. On November 7th of 2006, a commendation bar, which was an effort and initiative to support the Florida Sheriff's Association Midsummer Conference. On August 5th in 2003, a unit commendation bar as the Victim Advocate Program's accomplishments and recognition. Some examples of the lieutenant's evaluations include an exceptional team player, displays a strong sense of personal commitment, goes the extra mile for every victim, professional in every way, attitude exemplary. Lieutenant Morgan retired May 31st, 2017, after 30 distinguished years with us. Lieutenant?
Thank you, Sheriff. Mr. Chairman and Council, thanks for having me here. I really appreciate it. You know, 30 years is a long time, but I've had a great time. A good friend of mine, Bill Lee, who was the chief deputy here, once said, it's not about digging the ditch, it's who you dig the ditch with. And I dug the ditch with some pretty darn good people. And I thank you for having me, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Not used to this.
You're going to wait for pictures? No, comments? Oh, I'll yield to Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lieutenant Morgan, for your service. This county is a better place because of men and women like yourself who have put yourself on the line every day to make a difference and make sure that the citizens in our community are safe. And we applaud you and we thank you. We want you to know that your service will not be forgotten, that you will be able to go now and to probably open another chapter and do some other things and make sure that you do them with the same diligence that you've done this job. We thank you, we applaud you, and we hope that you will have a wonderful time in your retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you for your service. I think you've probably dug more ditches than we know about or need to know about, and those that helped you with that. So thank you for just what you do, day in and day out. But as you retire, you've got your family here. Why don't you introduce your family to us?
I have my wife Diane of 25 years, my mom, who I'm so grateful that she's here, and my brother Chuck. The only person that's not here is my dad, and Father's Day's coming, so here I am, Dad.
You know, they always say it's not how you start, it's how you finish. You finish strong, and now your family gets to enjoy you for the rest of the years, huh? So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Now, those of you who heard Ms. Cusack, you see why I yielded to her. Her words probably expressed it all from all of us. And again, thank you for your service. Also, thank your family for sharing you during this time, because I can only imagine what it's like having a husband or a son or a brother out there, knowing each and every day that he's out there helping to provide safety for all of us. So thank you all for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now.
Oh, okay.
All right, no glasses.
Again, take your time. This only happens after 30 years. Unless you want to come back and get 30 years.
Scoot down to your left a little bit. There you go. We'll take two of them. All right, on three. 1, 2, 3. And one more, please. Oh, one more, sorry. And on three. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Fantastic. Yeah. Enjoy it.
Okay, now it's time for our second retirement. I'd like to ask Billy Morgan Jr. and his family to come forward. John and Julie, the Director of Public Works, will begin the comments.
Good morning. Hey, Bill. You can see Bill here is still with the county.
And we might let him retire when he wants to retire. Okay, Mr. William J. Morgan, Billy, often referred to chemical spray technicians. He's planning on retiring at the end of this month. Like I said, if he gets his job done, we'll let him do that. After more than 33 years of dedicated service to Volusia County, Billy is a second-generation employee following his dad. His dad, Bill Morgan, was an inmate truck supervisor for Road and Bridge for many years before he decided to retire. Billy began his long career as an equipment operator in 1982, working for Road and Bridge on the asphalt patch crew. During his career with Road and Bridge, Billy also was assigned to the countywide tree crew. He operated a bucket truck, chipper, and did miles and miles of tree trimming along the county roads. Those county roads are still in his blood today. He became a chemical spray technician in 1996, working for Volusia County Mosquito Control. During this period, Billy performed many critical tasks for mosquito control throughout the county, providing weed control along the ditches and canals and mowing and spraying the stormwater ponds. In 2008, Billy transitioned to the drainage task team. That was a team that we collected emerging elements from mosquito control, road and bridge, and stormwater division, created some efficiencies for public works and road and bridge. Billy was instrumental in that operation. In this group, he's the primary person for the county's roadside ditch weed control program. So talking about ditch earlier in the conversation with the gentleman, this gentleman right here knows about county roadside ditches. Away from his county services, Billy has volunteered with his church group going to Haiti during the providing disaster relief for the earthquake, and the retirement plans including spending times with his 7 grandchildren, ages 3 through 15 years of age. Introduce you to Billy Morgan.
Okay. I'm not a public speaker. I usually do not attend these type meetings. So this is something
You're
new
wise
for me.
beyond your years.
I don't know. I enjoy working for Road and Bridge. I've done a lot for Volusia County and Volusia County, and I hope that I can just keep doing it as the years go on. I mean, even though I'm retiring from the county, I hope that I can still be involved in some aspect of the county. So.
Thank you. Dr. Lowry.
Well, I want to have a little fun here. I saw Billy getting kind of nervous because as a councilman, I want to say I appreciate all your hard work, but I'm also his pastor. And so I saw him get a little nervous when I moved the microphone over here. Anyway, no, his family is just, like a pastor was asked one Monday, how did church service go? He said, well, we had some wonderful additions and some blessed subtractions. And for me, their family to our church years and years ago was an awesome addition. They help us with mission trips, like with the Haiti, we're going down for relief, and other mission trips as well, and other things. And his wife also is involved with the church in the financial area and so forth. And his boys are all there, and some of them are serving in the military. And this is just one of those backbone, tremendous families. And I just want to say thank you, Billy, not only for the county aspect, but also from a pastor. I just want to say thank you very much for you and your family, what all you do. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, the county takes we have all part of a puzzle to contribute something, and you've contributed something to making the county a better place. And I just want to thank you, but also watch out for the pastor. He will have you serving more now that you've got extra time. But thank you again for your service. We appreciate it.
George.
Just a quick, I had the pleasure of working with Billy's dad, and so I have seen the 2 generations come through, and thank you, and don't gloss over the tree crew and some of the stuff. I mean, it's one of the toughest jobs that there is in this county. It is one of the most physically demanding. Every time there's a thunderstorm in this county, tree crew gets called out. They go to work for a couple hours, they go back, and then they come into work again at 7 a.m. So, I mean, it's, those type of things that this guy's done his whole career should never be underestimated, because it's physically demanding, hot, and Billy's done a lot of things. So thank you.
Thank you. maybe what George just described is why you don't have a son following making it the third generation. Maybe he also is aware of that, so.
That's why I got two in the military. So.
Okay, so maybe they saw everything that you did and what you put forth. So thank you for your service and all that you've done. And your handiwork is around, even though some of it will be missed, like the trees that you trim, but your efforts will still be there, and you've set a good example by the continued service of 33 years, and I hope others will follow in your footsteps. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I took it easy on you, man. Oh, yeah, no.
We'll take two. And on three. 1, 2, 3. And one more, please. And on three. 1, 2, 3. Oh, one more. On three. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Joanne, you didn't disappear, did you? Come on down. The community update.
Yes, good morning again. Joanne Magley, Community Information Director with your Community Events Update. We have 2 new events since the last County Council meeting. Construction is planned to begin in just a couple of weeks on the Turnbull Bay Road Bridge Replacement Project. We're working to confirm a date for the groundbreaking ceremony, so as soon as we get that, you can expect an update within the next few days. And it's also time for the Shriners Imperial Session at the Ocean Center, which will be held July 9th through the 13th. You may recall back in February of 2012, Gary Bergenski, an Orlando businessman and the head of the Shriners International for this year, made the announcement at Victory Lane at Daytona International Speedway that the Shriners had chosen Daytona Beach for their 2017 convention. This year's convention is expected to attract 10,000 attendees and includes many public events and fundraisers, including the Walk for Love, a golf competition, a motorcycle ride, nights of music band show concerts, and the much-anticipated Shriners Parade. A complete list of the Shriners events can be found on the Ocean Center's website, oceancenter.com. Any questions about your community events update?
Thank you very much. We'll move to item 4, resolution on proposed vacation of a portion of the plat of Coquina Key, Unit 2, Map Book 48, page 46. This is a public hearing. The public hearing is now open, and we will.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Jerry Brenton. Before you is a proposed vacation of a portion of a utility easement up in Ormond by the Sea. It's in the Coquina Key subdivision. There's been over a dozen of these types of vacations in the past that council's considered and approved. In this case, there is no impact to the public. There's sufficient remaining room. They wish to, the new owners wish to put a pool in, and so what you see in the exhibit is, in red, is the portion that they wish to vacate of the easement, which will accomplish what they want to do. So staff recommends approval.
I have no cards filled out for participation by the public.
Correct.
We will close the public hearing. Any questions of Mr. Brenton? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Dr. Lowry, seconded by Ms. Post. Any discussion? Any opposition to the motion? Hearing no opposition, the motion will pass 6-0. Thank you. We'll move to item 5, which is the second public hearing of ordinance 2017-09.
Need to wait 5 minutes. It's time certain 10:30, I think. Might need to wait a couple minutes. Am I right? Okay. Yeah, time certain for 10:30.
Well, if that's the case, I'm not going to sit here for 5 minutes and let everybody rest. We can move to item 6, correct? Nope. Well, in that case, we will sit here and wait. Someone underestimated our ability to move through this agenda.
Mr. Chair, if you'd like to go into matters not on the agenda for a couple of minutes, you may fill the time with that. A council member's matter.
Let's remember this next time we do a 10 certain for 10:30. Make it 10:25.
Then if you do it in 10:20, we'll still have 5 minutes.
I think last meeting we had 10 certain at 10:30 and we didn't start till 10:45, so.
Yeah, yeah.
So everyone
I'd
just
say
sit
it's a
there
good
right-
4-minute bathroom break.
You can take a bathroom break. The other thing we have some issues coming up, some items we're going to vote on. I will ask those of you that are here to use proper decorum when people are discussing. No yays and nays and yells and screams. And we understand that whether you support, you're passionate, but ask you to still remember that this is a business meeting. And I know you get excited, I get excited, but let's try to remain that decorum. That's what we should be doing in the course of the meeting.
I'm just going to kill some time and plug the Shriners again. And we are having them come back in 18, so that's good. But most of their events are going to be open to the public, so that's going to be a great thing for all of the area. It's going to bring in lots of money to the area. So we're excited about that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Just so the public knows, Mr. Patterson really wanted to be here today, especially with the items that we have on, especially with the things with First Step and a number of other things. He couldn't be here because of a medical issue. He is going to try, he said. I wished him well on trying to get here after that, but he said he's still going to try. But I wanted people to know he could not be here. It was the only time this could be scheduled.
Right. He had a medical procedure that the only time the doctor could perform it. As you all may know, any of you that go to the doctor, sometimes they tell you, I only do this on Tuesday or Thursday.
Exactly.
And that was his case, and I know that if he'd tried to change it, he might have been 3 or 4 months down the road getting it
They said the
even
end of
done.
September would be the earliest after that.
So I hope everyone does understand, wish him well, and hope the procedure is successful.
But I know he wanted to be here for the items that are on.
That's all the jokes I have. I have no more jokes. Ms. Wheeler has no more comments. We have 2 minutes. Minute and a half. I could go eat my peanut butter and honey sandwich. I could start that. Not in a minute and a half, though. I could walk back and look at it. Or I could tell you that because of my generosity to Dr. Lowry a few months ago, right before Easter, I brought him some Cadbury cream eggs. And he said, well, I'll bring you a dozen of my eggs from my chicken. That was 2 months ago. Yeah, finally got it. He delivered today, so he's off the hook.
And 2 of them are from Dominique's, which they are mint green in color, so he can eat green eggs and ham now.
Well, actually, it'd probably be green eggs and turkey bacon, but I'm off. I had some country ham in Nashville last week, so that will suffice. And if I'd have had the eggs then, that would have been great. Tennessee country ham and green eggs. Ooh, couldn't be any much better than that.
I think we've probably bored everybody just about as much as we possibly can. Come on, clock. 1 more minute.
We should have a button to push on that.
It says 10:30 on my phone clock. So
I
maybe
don't
it's
have those powers.
I have 10:30 as well. There it is.
Good enough.
It is 10:30. We'll go back to Mr. Urban.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. Before you is the second reading on an ordinance amending the Volusia County zoning ordinance pertaining to permitted uses in the B5 zoning district. This allows for health clubs or spas to be a permitted use in that zoning category. It was presented in front of the PLDRC. They recommended approval. This is your second reading. At the previous council meeting, you all recommended approval as well. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
This was a public hearing. Is a public hearing. I had no one filling out cards. Public hearing portion is closed. Do I have a motion, Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move ordinance 2017-09, amending zoning code to add health clubs or spas as permitted principal use in the B-5 heavy commercial classification.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Denies. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes 6-0. We'll move to item 6. Mr. Irvin. And this public hearing is open, and we'll get your report.
Thank you very much. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is also a second reading of an amendment to our zoning ordinance. This is pertaining to the AP zoning district, which was applicable to our airport. What we have done is updated the list of permitted uses to include uses that are appropriate for the particular piece of property, specifically to provide us with an opportunity to include aeronautical type of uses, so that way we can hopefully expand our economic opportunities at the airport. This was in front of the PLDRC, who recommended approval, and this is the second reading. Y'all did approve it at first reading. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer it.
I have no cards of anyone wishing to speak from the public. We'll close the public hearing. Ms. Post.
Never mind.
Ms. Denies.
Thank you. Just one comment. I think this changing in language seems like a small thing, but it's opening up the entire area for the aeronautical, aerospace industry that has changed. When this was originally put in, this ordinance originally put in, we weren't even thinking like we were thinking. Didn't have the Microplex at Embry-Riddle, didn't have the industries and the footprint that commercial aerospace is going to bring to Volusia County, and then supporting our airport. So it seems like small verbiage, but the drill down in the impact for economic development and opportunities at the airport, Embry-Riddle, and Daytona, and all of Volusia County is phenomenal. So I thank you for that and updating. Looks like housekeeping, it's not, but with that, I'm going to move approval of ordinance 2017-11, amending definitions related to airport uses and permitted uses in the airport property AP zoning classification.
Second, Wheeler.
Seconded by Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Mr. Deneen, you have a question.
I would just add an additional comment, and that was that I appreciate the cooperation from the city of Daytona Beach. This has been, as Ms. Dane said, is not housekeeping. This was a whole change in policy years ago with the previous council. A few of you that were here remember the big change that we made when we really redid what we were going to do at the airport. It is hard to believe how much it's changed in terms of our direction. We really keep that property because we believe that it's very unique property for certain types of aerospace and aeronautical engineering type of jobs, and that are the type of jobs we're trying to attract. We've worked with the city of Daytona Beach, who understands that, because one of the issues in the old days was to open up this property and compete with private land development. In this case, this is so unique, this property, and because of the relationship we have with Embry-Riddle and the city, that we agree that these are the types of uses that ought to be out there, and that they don't compete in most cases with the private sector, who want to be either airside or adjacent to airside. So this was a really major policy change for the council years ago, and this is really culminating and finally making everything, all the land that we purchased, in compliance with that directive.
Thank you. If anything at all, it actually complements the public sector, the private sector in that. So it adds to that because it gives them another envelope to open their business, because businesses that will be attracted here could have spin-off businesses in the private sector, which would also benefit all of us. So there's a motion made and seconded. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes as 6-0. We'll move to item 7, and we're back to Mr. Irvin.
Thank you very much. This is a related item. This is an amendment to our future land use map. As the county manager just referenced, several years ago when we were going through the process of expanding the uses that were capable out at the airport, specifically on the 200-plus acres immediately south of the airport, to address concerns raised by Daytona Beach, we put a specific note on our future land use map to limit the types of uses. This amendment to the comprehensive plan, specifically the future land use map, will ensure that what we just passed as far as an ordinance is consistent. And so therefore, we have continuity between our comprehensive plan and our zoning ordinances. This is a transmittal hearing pursuant to Florida Statutes 163. We have to have a hearing, in which case the council will then transmit it to reviewing agencies at the state and at the region level, and then it will come back for final adoption. Again, this was presented in front of our PLDRC. There were no comments raised by the public, and the PLDRC recommended approval of it. Again, staff recommends approval of it so that way we can transmit it to DEO in Tallahassee. If there are any questions, I'll be glad
It
to
is a public hearing. I have no one wishing to speak. We've had the staff report. Any questions of Mr. Irvin? I'll close the public participation, and is there a motion?
Motion to approve ordinance 2017-12, amending comprehensive plan future land use map notation from airside related industrial purposes to aeronautical purposes for 226 acres north of Bevel Road, east of Interstate 95, CPA-17-005.
Is there a second? Second by Ms. Cusack. Any questions? Any objections to the motion? Hearing no objections, the motion will stand 6-0. We'll move to item 8. And it looks like Mr. Irvin is back up again.
Thank you again. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Florida statutes requires us to annually look at our capital improvement program and to adopt a 5-year capital improvement budget. The good thing about Volusia County is we have made some proactive steps, specifically with the dynamic master plan, to ensure that we are up and on track in regard to our capital budgeting and planning. And this incorporates many of the findings from our dynamic master plan, as well as the approved 5-year capital improvement budget. This is an ordinance, just to let those who know the old school of planning. We no longer have to do an amendment to our capital improvement element. All we have to do is adopt the ordinance, and we will be in compliance with state law. Basically, it's duplicating a lot of the efforts we've already done, but making sure that we're in compliance with Florida statutes. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
This is a public hearing. I have no cards from anyone wishing to speak. Is that correct, Marcy? Mr. Deneen.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to add that this goes hand in hand, as George's going to speak to this a little bit, about getting sort of killing two birds with one stone. When we went for the dynamic master plan, this will now enable us not only to meet that commitment with DOE every year on time, but you will actually see all those pieces and parts of how we assemble that on a quarterly basis. George?
Yeah, just I wanted to point out that, this is one of those things, Ms. Denny's had brought this up, wanting to keep informed in how that capital program is pretty complex, and I don't think the public realizes it. And quite frankly, this is a good example. Clay mentioned about duplication. Actually, it eliminates some duplication of effort, because by having that master plan, that capital plan that I'll be giving another quarterly update in July, you're basically, it's a living document that's building on all this work that we do. And it is supposed to be turned into the state, and this will allow, basically by the time that happens again at the end of the year, it'll be kind of anticlimactic, because we've worked on it all along. And it brings, when we do it, it actually brings elements of course, engineering and construction, with budget, with the planning department, all have to come together to put this document together, and it's actually probably the most accurate it's ever been, because of the effort started originally by Ms. Denny's, where it really forces all levels of the government to come together on a quarterly basis and keep this thing updated. And it does show how complex. When you look in there, the amount of things we're tackling, it's impressive. But it's also important, because if it's not on some of these programs, when you go into getting legislative aid, grants, these type of things, they're going to ask, is it in your capital plan? So this is an important thing that we've done, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what had happened, Council, is, especially even during the slow times, but now that it's busy, the economy is increasing, and we're getting all sorts of requests for projects among cities and even countywide. I called it the hopper effect. In other words, we had so many things in the hopper, but we just kept putting things in the hopper. Well, we needed to prioritize, see where we are, and then the funding element. So the question was, how can we, that we're ultimately tasked for, fiduciarily with the finances here, how do we know what's there, where the funding stream is, where are we in not just a funding stream, but the implementation stage? And some we had to go back and rebid. It's been a learning curve, but it's been very constructive.
Exactly.
It's been very a constructive process. It's been a long process. But the positive outcomes that have come through working through this is more than I anticipated. But I feel confident now. I could not have said that a year ago. I could not have said maybe a year and a half ago, whenever we started this, about a year and a half ago, that I was comfortable with where we were at the projects. And when we saw these reports, you'd have to go back and then check them with another report. And, well, where are they here? Where are they there with implementation in projects and the funding stream? Now we have it in one consolidated document that serves us well. It helps staff, I believe.
It does.
And then going forward with projects that come through, sometimes we have to say no because the hopper is just too doggone full. We have to finish what we started first. And that's the biggest criticism of any bureaucracy and government bureaucracy is implementation. The easy thing is accepting a project, writing a check, but then finishing it to completion. So with these capital projects, this helps us take a look at where we are in our own timeline in-house and funding that. So I want to thank staff for that because it's been a difficult road. I know that behind the scenes, Mr. Rechtenwald. I want to thank you and your staff for hanging in there and doing a yeoman's job with and the different ways of reporting this. If you have a question on an issue or a project, you can use this as a very easy reference. So with that, I'm going to make the motion to approve ordinance 2017-10, updating the 5-year capital improvement plan, capital improvements element of the comprehensive plan for Class A concurrency monitored public facilities for FY 2016-17 through 2021. Thank you.
Is there a second? Miss Wheeler, second. Any discussion? Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much. And thank you for updating us on this. It is very important, and it does give us a guideline, a map, if you were, to see where everything is at that time, and we can plan accordingly. And let's keep those things hopping out of the hopper.
Exactly.
Or popping out of the hopper. Keep hopping.
Ms. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Your next time certain until 11 o'clock. What I would suggest is item 13 would take longer than you would have without pushing everything back. So I don't think that's an option. You may want to take a break. I would like to say, so that the public understands, that when it comes to time certain advertisements, I have to make a calculated guess because in some cases the advertisements are 3 weeks as much in advance as my ability to do the agenda. So while we try to stay as close as we can, when you're out there making the advanced thought for people, and I have to do the meet the law in advertising, it's hard sometimes to time those based on how much discussion we have. With that, you've got about 15 minutes. I don't recommend that we do 13. I think that you would push everybody else back, and I don't think it would give it proper time.
Well, you have the other side of that too. If you go too long, you got people sitting here for 2 hours waiting on something that should have happened 2 hours ago. So it's a,
Which is probably worse.
yeah,
Which-
yeah, exactly.
Which those of you who complained about that to me during the past, now you know that you don't have to sit here and wait for 2 hours for your time certain. You just have to wait for the clock to run out to where you can, can be here. So
We
I
can
think
do-
that's the easier option. We'll take a,
What about item 12, Mr. Chair?
that's what I was thinking.
It's not advertised.
I don't know why we couldn't do item 12. It's not a time certain.
You could do it, it was just here, set for at the same time for the convenience of Daytona Beach officials.
You could do that if you'd like, yes.
I mean, if there's anyone here to speak to that, I would suggest we go to item 12 at this point, which is the interlocal agreement with the City of Daytona for parking at the Ocean Center. Mr. Deneen.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the reason I lumped it with the other ones was it was all part of, I know the mayor's here.
Wait. Lumped
Why,
with-
why are we doing 11 if we're going to go to?
I don't know that either. I don't know why we can't do 11.
Can't do 11 and 12.
It doesn't matter if we won past, the time certain only applies to.
The advertised public hearing is only on 10. If you, the time certain was for the convenience of the public if anybody wanted still to arrive for 11:15, so.
Well, we have 9 has to be 11, 10 has to be 11:15, so I don't know why we can't do 11 and 12 now.
Now, except for one thing.
What's that?
Because we set the agenda this way, what people do, for example, is I've had to tell people when they thought these things would be on. So the most logical was after the time that we give. So in this case, because it's a big enough item, we want to make sure people had time. I made sure that if they were here by 11:15, that they didn't have to worry about it being before that. Because I assumed, I have to make some assumptions that you were going to probably hit the time frame. Generally, you don't get done early. So you could logically do that.
Things are changing.
Well, then what it does is it eliminates my ability to give people a time.
Understand. And I appreciate that, but Ms. Cusack.
Mr. Chair, I would move for a 15-minute recess.
Okay. 15-minute recess is granted. Do I have to vote on recess? No. Nah, we just recess. 1 minute? We have less than 1 minute. T minus, it is 11 o'clock?
Sorry.
So that we can get to these items as they are scheduled for time certain. Excuse me,
It is 11 o'clock now, sir.
it is 11 o'clock. Can we have quiet in the chambers? Thank you. We will reconvene the council meeting now. It is 11 o'clock, and we will move directly to item 9. Ms. Seaman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the ordinance that you all authorized about two meetings ago. The ordinance will allow for impact fee credits to be transferred between zones 1 and 2 or between zones 3 and 4. It provides for a methodology for calculating the impact fee credits and the exemptions. There's also a correction to the legal description in Zone 3 that's been in the code for a while, but when we were reviewing the code, we recognized it, so we're asking you to please correct that legal description as well. This request for this ordinance came from the business community, and staff recommends approval.
Any questions of Ms. Seaman? Is there a motion?
Is there any public participation?
There's no public.
There is no, this is
No-
is a public
no
hearing.
slips
There
for
was
the item, I
no
shouldn't say no
cards filled
public.
out. The public hearing portion is closed. We've had the report from Ms. Seaman. Any discussion or a motion from the council?
Okay. I guess I move for adoption of ordinance 2017-14, amending code chapter 70, impact fees and proportionate share to allow transfer of impact fee credits between certain zones and to provide a procedure for calculation and application of exemptions.
And seconded by Ms. Cusack. Any objection to the motion, Mr. Deneen?
My comment was that this was another attempt that the council was making, so the public knows, to incentivize economic development without a cost to the public.
Exactly. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objections, the motion carries. And now we will sit and wait for 13 more minutes.
Or we can go out of order and start with number 13 and go work our way the other direction.
That would be my suggestion. Is okay with the council? We go to item 13, which is a review of the presentation of the Shores.
Not 13, I'm sorry, I'm off one. The
Number 12.
number 12, I apologize, number 12.
We will move to item 12, which is the interlocal agreement between the City of Daytona Beach and Volusia County. Mr. Deneen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, we made an offer to buy some property on Main Street that we could use for additional parking at the Ocean Center. We believed, and we always do, and it's turned out to be true, exactly true, as we said, that property is properly zoned for us to use for parking. We worked with the city. There was some confusion over how we were going to use it. The really nice thing that worked out here is we have an opportunity not only to use it the way we intended for parking for the Ocean Center, but in discussions with the city on clarifying that, there are other opportunities to use that property. For example, I think you brought up, Mr. Chair, the thing about like Bike Week and static displays. Well, you have that opportunity. You have other opportunities as different events happen in the city. The other thing that came out of it was that the city itself would really like to use the property also, because we have this cooperative arrangement where we use parking over there for us and the Peabody. Because it depends on the event. I talked to Mr. Lowry about this. Depends on the event. Parking can be at a premium over there. And so anything we can do to enhance that. Well, as part of the discussion in terms of working with the city, what we agreed to was that it would be better just to have an interlocal agreement with each other, because what they wanted to do was also use the property when we weren't using it for things that they would like to use it for, which could be everything from their own special events to actually allowing for some parking with no cost. It's on Main Street to help the businesses on Main Street. We all agreed with it. We thought this made sense. What we did was we made a separate agreement that we would enter into the interlocal with the idea that once the interlocal was entered into and there was absolutely no opportunity that we couldn't use the property to its max, then and only then would I follow through on the sale and the purchase of the property. So the purchase of the property is waiting until we have this all wrapped up. Now, at the last meeting, I talked to their city manager. This agreement was on their agenda. They had some internal discussion, and they decided to hold it just to come back and to discuss it some more. Their manager assured me it will be on their agenda for their next meeting, and he felt that the council was, that their commission was he felt that their commission clearly was in favor of this, and that they needed to explain it a little bit more to the public. So what my recommendation is that we move forward on our portion of the agreement. If they prove that, which we believe they will do, then what we would do is we would move forward with the sale. In addition to the parking, one of the big things that I think the city wanted to explain to people is no one, including us, believe that parking is the highest and best use for that property on Main Street. It's and next to the Peabody and next to all the other things that we've invested in. We probably are the best placeholder that you can find as a partner because, as you said, Mr. Chair, once again in the newspaper, is that if there happens to be an opportunity, which you'd need more than that parking lot, but any of the property around there, to develop into any other use that's higher and better use, whether it be a hotel or some type of commercial business, we clearly would be interested, and we would still be looking at parking. So I am excited to say that I think this, not only did this work out the way we had hoped, the actual discussion with us in the city it will relate to an interlocal agreement that'll make it even better, and I think it creates an opportunity for us to move forward for economic development if something comes up.
Right. And I think that the last point that you pointed out was that this allows both the city and the county to utilize it for parking. If someone comes along and says, we want to develop it according to their master plan that they've developed, if and when that happens, we certainly wouldn't want to stand in the way of that because we all do know, as you point out, the parking lot is not the best use for that. And hopefully that can help to the revitalization of ISB and any of their Midtown area. All would be better served. We all would be better served by something producing revenue and an amenity to the public and the traveling public. So we wouldn't stand in the way, and I didn't know whether Mayor Henry wanted to comment on this or not. Certainly, if you would like to make a statement, Mayor Henry.
I'll simply say that I am personally 100% in favor of the agreement. I believe that you are indeed the best placeholder, one. Two, at the end of the day, this is the best use at this time. And it, I think, will help to revitalize Main Street, and it protects the interests that the residents were concerned about, perhaps not to use a word, but the misuse or things that they thought would alienate their businesses. And I do get a lot of complaints from businesses now who need the additional parking. So I certainly support it and hope that you all will.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's good for both of us. It's one of those agreements that is, like I said, good. Is there a motion to this?
Mr. Chair, I move the approval of item 12, the interlocal agreement with the city of Daytona Beach for parking area at the Ocean Center.
Is there a second? Second by Mr. Lowry. I'm going between Eggman, Dr. Lowry, Fred, and you may become Eggman. I don't know. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion will stand approved 6-0. Thank you, without objection.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
As a follow-up to that, I think it's a show of good faith, us doing this first. They passed this, and then what I'll be bringing forward to you is the purchase of the property at a subsequent meeting.
Okay. And with that, we now only have to wait 6 minutes. Or do we not?
Yeah. we are close enough, I would think, that you could start on item 11 if you'd like. I think anyone that was planning on being here for that would be here.
Okay. Let's go 11.
11.
10 is at 11:15, certainly.
Correct.
11 was not necessarily. So we will go with item 11, which is the First Step Shelter in a Local Grant Agreement. Mr. Deneen.
Yes, I'll start this by saying, and obviously your attorney is here to comment on this. What I want to point out is that after the council voted, the most important thing they charged us with was getting an agreement that I think both in the specifics and in character represented what the council wanted to do. So what you had was you had a 4-3 vote in moving forward, but as you know, all 7 members had interest in how the contract would be written. I'm here to say today that we have a contract before you that I believe takes into consideration, if not all, at least most of the points that all 7 council members wanted. I think it is a really good agreement in terms of give and take between the city and the county. I'm very pleased that we were able to get to this point. I think that it had been a stumbling block to a certain degree in the past of actually putting this to paper. I think that if you look through the agreement, which I know you all have and we've talked to you, I think if you want to say it this way, I think it protects the public in terms of the expenditure from the county if the facility would not get built. And I do believe that what it allows is, I think it allows the city to have all the support they need, but yet frees them to actually move forward as the advocate for the program. I see nothing in it, and this is one of the things we talked to about the city, I see nothing in it that would in any way have us micromanage or would require them to come to us to actually move forward. And so what I think we've done is eliminated any obstacles to success so that there's nothing in their way. And I think this way they are assured that they have the money. I think all the things that we did in the agreement assures how it could be done physically and what happens if, for example, they would save money, how it could be used. I think we gave some opportunities for them. If their ramp-up costs are slower in the beginning and more expensive later, it still fits with your $400,000 appropriation over a 5-year period. The fact that, as you'll see in item 10, we're going to move forward on the whole idea of them annexing the property, and so that they're going to now use their property, but then again, we're going to provide the utilities, the cost for the utilities. To me, in that case, on the side of the putting the agreement together, I thought it was a complete win-win.
Thank you. I didn't have this listed, Marcy, as a public hearing, but we will take the comments unless was it listed in with 10?
Public participation is allowed on all of the.
Oh, yeah, I understand that, but I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We have 3 people who would like to speak on this, and I will ask Joan Campanero, since you're sitting there close, and we will give you 3 minutes. State your name and address for the record. And
yes, Joan Campanero, 721 Pelican Bay, Daytona Beach. I stand before you today as the chair of the Homeless Committee for Faith, which, as a reminder, stands for Fighting Against Injustice Towards Harmony. We are comprised of 32 congregations across Volusia County, representing about 30,000 individuals of various religions, ethnicities, and socioeconomic background. Obviously, all 30,000 of us aren't here today, but I'm going to ask those who are here to stand while I speak. For the past 5 years, we have devoted countless hours to establish a 24/7 come-as-you-are homeless assistance center with emergency shelter beds, master case management, and a pathway out of homelessness for our brothers and sisters. We want to thank our newest members of the County Council, Mr. Kelly, Ms. Wheeler, Ms. Post, for their leadership on this issue, and of course, Joyce Cusack, who, since the beginning, along with Josh Wagner, have been 100% behind us. Mr. Kelly, we have a draft of our business plan here today, because I know there's been lots of questions on transportation. It is addressed beginning on page 30. And I also have for you some postcards of support from our March 27th Action Assembly, where 1,600 residents gathered in support of the First Step Shelter. We are hopeful that today will mark a landmark vote which will finally make this vision a reality for our brothers and sisters who are most in need, those experiencing homelessness. Please vote yes for First Step Shelter. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriel Varga,
Can I hand these to you, sir?
just give them to Marcy. Mr. Varga.
My name is Gabriel Varga. I'm the pastor of the Daytona Rescue Mission and the Ridgewood Avenue Baptist Church. The process that we're going through right now has been my prayer for 25 years since I've come to Daytona Beach, caring about the homeless. The Bible says, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me because He anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives, and recovering of sight to the blind, to set at liberty them that are bruised. The Lord is for this. That was His first public statement before He ever did any ministry at all. Healed no blind eyes, did nothing. But He made that statement on behalf of the less fortunate and those that are bruised. This is so important. I've had the privilege of working with Robert Marbut, that was actually the one that put most of this together. He's done it all over the country. He's the expert. I've only known him for a couple of years. I was cautious at first, but have become good friends with him. His program will work. It works elsewhere. I've been working with the CEO Business Alliance. I talked with Kent Sharples yesterday. Kent always told me, ever since I've been working with him on this, Pastor, the Alliance wants consensus. We want unity. We want to go forward. The CEO Business Alliance is, if not probably one of, if not the most powerful business organization, probably in Florida, at least in Central Florida. I'm not sure of how many there are here, but they're behind it. My good friend Mike Panaggio is part of the First Step board. We have 2 mayors and a city manager that are very qualified. This board is rock solid. And what I'm saying is this, at their last 2 meetings that they're talking about, and I know a great concern to the county, is finances, like every city. Every city I talk to about, well, we don't have the money. Listen, the goal of the First Step board is to get this funding in the private sector through the business community, the faith community. You heard the strong support from the faith community today, and also the general public. So this is something that you'll have a big investment in the start, but that investment will become less and less. My prayer has been that it would be a unanimous 7-0 vote today. That can't happen because there's only 6 of you here today. But let's make it 6-0, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Cameron. Okay, thank you. The Daytona Chamber waives their time to speak in support. That's all I have on the public hearing. We'll close the public participation part and go to the council. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would move approval of First Step Shelter interlocal grant agreement and budget resolution.
You sure that wasn't a second to Ms. Cusack?
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sure she will second.
I thought she was, I'm sorry, I looked down at the wrong one, Ms. Wheeler, Ms. Cusack.
Well then,
Sorry.
whatever.
Just, Ms. Cusack, I'm sorry, I looked at you were right under there, and there you go.
Mr. Chair, that's perfectly acceptable that Ms. Wheeler can make the motion. I will second the motion when she finishes with her comments.
Okay, you sure?
I'm just saying.
I mean, for someone who's worked on something for 8 years, but anyway,
It's how we end.
Okay.
That matters.
Sorry, Ms. Wheeler.
You go right.
Go ahead and finish. You made,
Gosh, okay. Going back to it, I move approval of the First Step Shelter Interlocal Grant Agreement and Budget Resolution.
and Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to my colleagues on the council. I thank you for your tolerance. I thank you for your desire to do what is good and right for the citizens in Volusia County. I appreciate your input to making sure that we have a document, hopefully that every one of us can support and embrace. Because at the end of the day, we all want to do the right thing. And so, as I'm so happy, I'll be even happier when we have the ribbon cutting and going into the building. So I think that will happen. But I just want to say thank you for your tolerance and your persistence. I thank you, Deb, and thank you, Fred, for being at the table. I know that you will keep our feet to the fire, always. And so I just ask that you will just help us make this unanimous vote today. That the folk in Volusia County know that this council can agree and we can disagree. But at the end of the day, we want the same thing for the citizens of Volusia County. I'm so honored to be a part of this council. And I look forward to being a part of this community and doing the things that we need to do to make this a better place for all of the citizens that will pass our way. Because at the end of the day, it's only what we do for others that will last. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman Cusack. The greatest thing about serving on this council through the years, and it's very heartfelt, is the robust discussion that happens here. And it's very genuine and it's very true, and we don't always agree, and we may not today. But I thank you for those kind comments. Procedural issue here. Question, Mr. Manager. This is contingent on the city of Daytona annexing that land, the boundary agreement, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what happens if council approves this today, we have to ask this question because this will come down to contractual issues, it always does. This is, believe it or not, will be the easy part, right? And the check is the easy part. The implementation is where the struggle is going to be. So let's say by chance, the city of Daytona does not adopt the the interlocal boundary agreement. Does that negate this?
What it would do is it would bring it back, the council would have to reclarify whether that was going to be, right now it's one of the requirements. I will tell you though, I don't have any belief that they will not annex that property. I think the thing that really became clear was that you never know how the use will change, but this isn't like a small piece of property. I mean, they were talking about 10 acres of our property that we don't have that much, that we're going to eventually probably use for EVAC. They have 626 acres here. So while I think what it would have to do is would have to come back to the council to be reconsidered on how you wanted to move. Nothing that I have been told as we've gone through this would ever lead me to believe they wouldn't do that. And as a sort of a good faith gesture, they took the first action to move the process forward to annex the property. They did that at an earlier meeting. This is the second move is ours, and then they have to make that move next. So I feel very comfortable that, and in the end, I think they were persuaded that the decision to use their property is the better decision. It gives them a lot more opportunity to be successful, gives them a lot more flexibility. I think they saw the wisdom in that, and I think that our ability to allow them to move all the other acreage in, and the utilities also, could help them for other uses once they're in place.
So this is a clean hands to the county. In other words, we are not responsible for policing or transferring or any of the details. So when this gets moved to Daytona, but the technicality is, Mr. Eckert, legally, if by chance that doesn't get approved, does that negate this? I think that's got to be answered because while I know that we're negotiating in good faith, our first responsibility here is to the county and to the council on this agreement.
Well, the payment that's provided does not happen until the city issues its building permit. And for the city to issue its building permit, it will have to annex it,
City
which will follow the
property. Okay.
its comprehensive plan amendment.
Good, I just wanted to make sure that's a clarification to protect the county. On this, I've always supported from the beginning the capital expenditure and watch this program go back and forth. And there's a difference between doing a good thing and the right thing. I think this is a good thing. There's no doubt, this is a good thing. I am yet to be convinced it's the right thing for the long term. I'm just not convinced. I was convinced on the other two projects with what came through in the documents and the community support. It's a good project. I still don't believe it's the right thing. And I hope, and I mean this very genuinely, that you prove me wrong. I will be the first to congratulate you if that happens. And I mean that from my heart. I hope it succeeds. I hope you prove me wrong. I just don't see enough safeguards in here, very genuinely, to make that commitment. So those are my only comments on this, but in the end, prove me wrong, and I will welcome that. Thank you.
Just a couple of points along that line. If anyone has a better example of what we should do, then they should present it. It should have been presented. I've asked, everyone says, I think what we've come up with is not maybe what I would have done, what I would have wanted if I was the czar or the emperor or someone who could make that decision. But I think what we've done is we've worked with all the parties involved. We've asked each one to accept and to continue to be a part of the solving of the problem, not to be an obstacle in objecting to what it is because it's not what they want. Sometimes we have to compromise, and compromise can be good or bad. And I think in this instance, we're compromising. We're obligating no more money than building a $4.5 million facility that sits there and we do nothing else with it. We're becoming a part, and we've become a leader and a part in bringing not only the city of Daytona Beach, but the other cities and the other public sectors and private sectors together for a solution, as Mr. Varga so pointed out, that is something to give a difference, to give people hope, and to make them not homeless. My hope would be that in 3 or 4 years, there's nobody out there. I hope that we've taken care of all of the homeless. But I think what we can do, we can make a difference to provide the treatment, the help, and the support for those who do need it.
Well, let's do it.
Think about being homeless. Think about being homeless. Think about being on the street. Think about being left by a husband that deserts a family with 3 children. They're not homeless because of their decision. They're homeless because of something that was a decision that was made which they had no control over. Surely we should feel compassion for that. And it will work. It will work. It will work. At least we're willing to sit and make the first step to make it work. You can't tell it's going to work by saying it won't work and then not doing it and not supporting it. I'd rather support it and see that it work than to not support it and say, I'll support it once it's successful. But I think we've made the decision previously to hopefully support it. I think I've heard 3 people speak. I hope there will not be a surprise on the other one. But it's the right thing to do. The time is right. Ms. Cusack pointed out she's been talking about this for 8 years. I know we've talked about it for several years. The faith-based group has been looking at it for a number of years as well. And for us to get down and to be critical of the transportation part of it and say that's the reason it will fail, that's not up to us to get into the nuts and bolts and the weeds on running of it. The people that are putting the the support for it are going to make sure that it works. You're going to make sure that the people have transport. We already know, some of us, I guess, saw a memo or some information of what they plan to do to make sure that the transportation will work. And just think of what this will do to Halifax Hospital, for example, can now be able to release a homeless person to a location for treatment that may not need to be occupying a bed in the hospital, costing thousands and thousands of dollars a day, the efficiency. So obviously, I'm going to support it. I've been a supporter of this, and this is one thing I want to see through. I'll go to Ms. Post before we call the vote.
I don't have a whole lot to say. I just wanted to make the point of the time for talking is over, and it's time for us to actually take action on this issue. And I'm very proud that Volusia County and the city of Daytona and others are actually coming together to take action and take care of the issues in the county that need to be taken care of. And
Okay.
I applaud that.
If there's no other comment from the council, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Aye. Motion passes 4-2 with Mr. Lowry and Ms. Denny's the 2. The motion passes. And thank you all for that. And I think that's in order, and I think I was going to use this in my closing comments. I've already started talking to the private sector people, and I think what you're going to see an outpouring of support from the private sector. You're going to see money coming in. You're going to see so much coming in that within 3.5 years, by the way, in 3.5 years, I may or may not be in office, but I've got 3 years and something left in this time. I hope that I'm here to say at that time, I was right, and you've got the private sector and individuals taking this, and we will not be putting out the $400,000 a year because they're going to step up. The faith group is going to get out, and they're going to work with the people. Individuals are going to contribute because it goes to a 501c3 for which they can receive a tax benefit. But not only that, people want to help and to see people be able to get back and be contributing citizens within our community. That's what we all want. And so I'm happy.
I just have to say that I'm pleased with what has happened here today. And I know that we're doing the right thing. There will always be folk that will have doubts, but we have a commitment to do what we feel in our heart is the right thing to do. All of us, if you agree or disagree. But know that we have to make an effort to make a difference in the quality of life for people. That's what we have to do. And so I will hope and pray that by the end of 2018, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, that we will have a ribbon cutting before I leave this office in 2018 and going into that first step. That's going to help all of Volusia County, not just Daytona Beach. And we cannot put ourselves in a box and think it's just Daytona. It's not. It's all of the citizens will have an opportunity, if they need to, have a place. We are saying we will do that and provide that. Thank you to the council for your stepping out to make a first step to help and support others.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And with that, we will move now to item 10. And this is a public hearing, and Mr. Deneen, you have a staff report on the...
Yes, and I'm going to, Jamie's going to take this over, but this has to do
We'll
with...
take a couple of minutes and allow the chambers to clear. Thank you all for being orderly and for being here showing your support as well. Okay.
I think I can speak over him, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry?
It's Jamie.
Oh.
I think I'm loud enough that I can speak over him and get this moving.
Okay, go ahead.
This is the interlocal service boundary agreement that will allow the city to annex the property on which the First Step shelter will be located. The agreement provides that the city will provide all law enforcement and other services to the property. The city has to adopt by 2 ordinances where we adopt by 1 hearing. So ordinances by 2 hearings where we adopt by 1. So they've had their first reading on this. They will have their second reading on the 21st for adoption. The way the agreement will work is that we both have to amend our comprehensive plans. They have advised me that upon amending their comprehensive plan, they will begin the annexation process. So we adopt, they adopt, then we both amend our comprehensive plans to put this agreement into our interlocal, intergovernmental cooperation elements of our comprehensive plans, and then they will begin the annexation process. So again, staff recommends approval. This gives the city control and jurisdiction over the property that they will be placing the First Step shelter upon.
Is there a, Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 10, I would motion that we adopt the ordinance 2017-13 adopting interlocal service boundary agreement with the city of Daytona Beach. I think that this is our first step in presenting this process and making this happen. And that is the motion, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second? Second by Ms. Wheeler. Mr. Deneen.
I only wanted to add that I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the council about this originally. I do think that this element is not small. I've talked to their manager. We all both agree that this eliminates what could have been a number of cumbersome problems that could have gotten in the way. And as Ms. Denny said, clean hands, it's also getting out of the way so that they have the opportunity for success. At this point, with our support, they should be able to move on without any other requirements from us.
You have the motion and the second. Any comment by the council? Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objections, the motion passes 6-0. And with that, we have concluded everything to the lunch. I would almost suggest that we go to item 13 and complete that. Huh?
And there's no time certain on the meeting.
Let's go to item 13 and complete that, and that will take care of most of the agenda except the public participation and discussion matters not on the agenda. Mr. Urban.
Good morning, Clay Urban, Growth and Resource Management Director. We did not provide you with any kind of documentation on this because we were waiting to hear what was going to occur this past Tuesday at the City of Daytona Beach City Council meeting. The reason why we were in attendance there is there's a proposed ordinance by the city that would have some severe restrictions on our capability to provide for off-beach parking in parks. Mike Disher is going to queue up a PowerPoint so we can kind of give you the perspective of why we were having some concerns and how this plays into what our main concerns are. First and foremost, I want to kind of set the stage as to why the county is getting involved in some of the local ordinances, specifically this one pertaining to off-beach parking. We are tasked by the charter to manage the entire beach. So that means every aspect of driving, non-driving, maintaining of it, the safety of it, everything else. So therefore, we have to look first and foremost as to, are we making sure that we're providing the public access that we are required to do so? So I want to kind of take you through our thought process as we go through and look at our opportunities to meet that requirement. These are a series of pictures that were taken during Memorial Day of this past year. It's showing what I would say are the main concerns that we have. And again, we're starting just south of Granada Boulevard and working our way south to the inlet. Back to that first picture, that was Andy Romano Park. That's Granada. And so what you're seeing there is that every parking space in that parking lot is occupied, and there's actually cars queuing up to drop people off.
And they were driving around in a circle to 5:30.
And there's no driving in front of that park, so north and south of it, you will see that there's basically car-to-car parking along that area. I also want to point out, as someone who's kind of intimate about this area, there's a building right over there. It's the old Olive Garden. You'll see a bunch of cars parked in there. They were not parking there for the restaurant because the restaurant's closed. Those are basically people who dropped people off and went over and used the parking lot for beach access. Next, on the next slide, please, what you're going to see is this is our newest off-beach parking that came as part of our negotiations with the folks who are developing the now Hard Rock. This was wide open as well, and as you can see, it is 100% occupied. And again, north and south of it, you see that we have cars to cars. So again, we're facing a situation where not only are there cars on the beach, all of our off-beach parking that is directly accessible to the beach is filled. The next one, please. This is at the Daytona Beach Pier. This is really important because these are pay lots that are over there. And as you can see, just immediately south in that, right by the park, all those pay parking lots are filled as well. So we are, again, seeing...
And that's on the west side, is that correct?
That's on the east side of A1A. What you see is in...
The street that you see is not A1A, that street is Ocean View.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Ocean View there.
I got
Here's
you.
A1A right in there. And this is a pay parking lot, this is pay parking lot, and those are other areas. So what we're seeing is that all of the parking areas are being occupied at 100%. Next one, please. All right, let me go ahead and clear that out. All right, now we have Sunsplash Park, which is in Daytona Beach Shores itself, or excuse me, in Daytona Beach as well, near the Silver Beach approach. Again, we're facing 100% occupancy in the public parking. We see people parking on the sides of the roads over in those areas. And again, the areas where cars are allowed to park and travel, we've got 100% occupancy in that area as well. Next one, please. Frank Rendon, which is in the Shores, similar situation. Going further down. Next slide. We got Tornado, same situation. Actually, I can tell you that from our friends who live in that area were telling me that their cars were parking all over the place as well down there. Next one, please. And lastly, Winter Haven Park and Ponce Inlet. Again, we have in this area 100% occupancy. So this is just the area that we focused on in north of the inlet to Granada Boulevard. We had similar situations in the area Ormond by the Sea, and I can tell you New Smyrna Beach was crazy. So next slide, please. What we're looking at within Daytona Beach Shores, we understand that they have some of the smaller population, and the area itself is somewhat small. But the big critical issue to us is that they've got 4.3 miles of the drivable beach. That's almost a third of all of our drivable beach within their municipal boundaries. So unfortunately, in their perspective, they feel that they may be overly burdened with some of the public facilities that we're looking to try and construct there. We're not necessarily picking on Daytona Beach Shores. We're just looking at the fact that geographically, these are where we need to concentrate some of our facilities. The one issue I want to point out is that there was 1,900 cars observed parked and driving in here. Based on our calculations, we have parking capabilities for approximately 1,600. So there were 300 cars that were either parking where they shouldn't be, driving, looking for facilities, and those types of things. This is at a favorable tide condition. If we had high tide or the king's tide hitting, we would be facing a completely different animal. And I want to point out that all of the off-beach parking that was directly accessible to the beach throughout this was full. We did look at some of the parking facilities that were on the west side. We did not see the occupancy that we did with the east side. Folks will park on the west side in some situations, But when you start dealing with 4-lane roads where you don't have clear accessibility to the beach, or you don't have a clear and delineated crosswalk, they will not do so. Next, please. This is just kind of giving you an idea of what we're facing, and specifically the off-beach parking supply.
Clay, I hate to interrupt you, but I will. You're saying that the parking lots on the west side weren't occupied. I don't think that.
They were occupied.
Yes.
But what we're seeing in some instances, specifically, up to 50, maybe 60% of them occupied, mainly because there was no direct, clear access to the beach. I don't have any pictures here, but I can bring some up and show you later on. What we're seeing is that, for example, if you have a pedestrian crossing, but it's not clearly delineated, or excuse me, a pedestrian overwalk to the beach, and you have parking on the west side, unless people know it's there and can get across the street safely, we're not seeing those parking lots being utilized.
But yet they'll park at the church at Neptune Approach and walk across A1A there.
Because you have, one, it's clearly delineated that there's off-beach parking, and you have a signalized intersection there that allows for crosswalk.
Or they'll park at our favorite shopping center at Granada and A1A, which is red and green, sorry. Not going to let you forget that, and walk across from that parking lot.
And again, the critical element there is that you have a delineated, clearly understood that there's beach access, and that you do have a signalized intersection that allows for pedestrian safe crossing.
Okay.
All right. We're throwing these numbers out to you. Again, we can go over them in detail, but the critical element is I want you to understand your staff is looking at this in detail, because we understand that our responsibility as part of the incidental take permit is to ensure that we have public access and we're providing and meeting the needs of all of the public. So we're trying to make sure that we're being fair in estimating how many parking spaces we have, how many we need, and where we're going to try and make sure that we continue with providing that supply.
And I was going to ask the attorney this same question that Dan's popped up. So allowing access, providing access according to the charter, Article 2.4, whatever it is, says that we must provide access. Does it say that we must provide parking to access? Or does it say access? And
it says reasonably accessible parking.
It does?
That is my memory. I don't have the text in front of me, but that's a close, I think, paraphrase. Okay. We'll get the text for you, sir.
Okay, because I didn't see that in it, that it said we would provide parking. I said it provide access. I'm not sure that the parking.
Well, access means, it says that what it says is if you don't provide vehicular access, there must be reasonably accessible parking. And then originally that was to the east side of A1A in the 1996 charter. It was amended that it could be the west side.
Okay.
If I may, while I've interrupted, I just wanted to set the stage here just a little bit belatedly. The city, this was the presentation. This is a condensation of the presentation that was to be made to the Shores on Tuesday night. They postponed their public hearing till the second meeting in August. We had prepared not only Clay, but Michael Rodriguez from my office, and also a contract, an expert planner outside of our staff, Mr. Sellon, who would have made a presentation. We thought at the time we put this on the agenda, we intended to report to you what we had, so that you could see essentially the same thing as what they saw. Now that the hearing's been postponed, and we may add to this presentation, but this is the essence of what we were going to show, that the effect created by their ordinance, and why we don't believe it's mandated by their comprehensive plan that has been asserted. That's one of the conclusions that Mr. Sellon reaches. Clay will go through that. I also will say that the cities has scheduled under its current procedures, they've scheduled the hearing on the site plan that we've submitted, which you all saw and directed me submitted to them. That hearing is to take place the first meeting in August. And Councilmember Wheeler has said that that's normally when the city would take a break, but that's when they scheduled it. Matter of fact, we requested it be scheduled at their second meeting in June. They declined to do so at that point for reasons sufficient to them. I'm not questioning them, but maybe they thought they weren't able to schedule it with other matters.
Usually that first one is the Volusia League of Cities and
we
Alton
we said we were ready to go then. We said we were ready to go in July. The mayor's not to be present, so we'll be ready to go on that the first meeting in August or whenever they allow us. We preferred to go as soon as they would grant us the opportunity to do so. So at this point, we're showing you what may become part of what we present. Given the additional time, we may add to this, but and Clay is summarizing what part of our larger presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Again, we're just getting back to emphasizing the importance of Daytona Beach Shores in regards to our accessibility with this next figure. This is taken from our the information we provide on our website, as well as to those wanting to access the beach in Volusia County. Mike, if we could go on to the next one. Here's the parking calculations that were provided by the CRA for the city of Daytona Beach Shores. Remember, the county and the city entered into an agreement, and per their comprehensive plan, their adopted comprehensive plan, they were supposed to provide us with 500 parking spaces. We agreed when they decided to end the CRA to limit it to 315, and this is identifying the generalized location. Mike Disher in our office went through and did a detailed analysis of the location and the condition of these parking spaces, and there were some concerns in regards to accessibility. Next, please. All of this is leading into what is being proposed by their city in regards to their ordinance. First and foremost, existing beachfront parks east of A1A become non-conforming. They are prohibiting parks and parking on the east side of South Atlantic with this proposed ordinance. That means that any park or parking has to be on the west side of A1A or South Atlantic. They've identified specific zoning categories that are tied to their general commercial for redevelopment, as well as general commercial. It has to be located within 500 feet of a beach access point, or or ramp or any other point. It's limited, the parking itself is limited to only 60% of the parcel. So that means out of a 10,000 square foot lot, you only have 6,000 square feet that can be used for the parking. The burden of proof on the applicant is to prove a demonstrated need. So in other words, if we went in there, we would have to be able to prove that we have to have this parking. These are all the new criteria that they will put on not only ourselves, but also them. The city itself would also face these same criteria. So that means it would impact some of their parks as well that they have on the east side of A1A. So what we did is we took this criteria and we went through and utilized the aerials that we had shot over Memorial Day to come up and determine what is feasible, looking at the fact that we do not want to acquire developed properties that are currently being utilized for business and focusing solely on vacant parcels that meet these criteria. We were able to go through that, and Mike, if you could go to the next slide. There were 9 parcels that met the criteria that are vacant and available. That's a total of 3.69 acres. They're showing a potential of 223, but once you throw in that 60% restriction, we're now down to 141 spaces. And only 2 of the parcels would have convenient access across A1A. And if we can kind of quickly go through the aerials, and so we can show you how we did our analysis. This is utilizing our GIS information and the mapping that we flew over there. This shows you the generalized location at Botifer and it shows, we took photographs to document what was available. So as you can see, this is one with a, signalized intersection. There's a crosswalk there that's a clearly delineated beach walk. So this is one that could be viable. Next, please. This is again a similar analysis on the yellow arc over there shows you the 500 feet that's centered on the access point that's right there at Browning Avenue. We looked at the streets looking west and looking east. As you can see, getting across the street there's not a designated signal or crosswalk in that area, so we feel that that one would have some concerns and be problematic as far as being attractive to the general public. Next, please. And this is the one that Chair Kelly that we were talking about. See, looking at the photographs looking east, that is the designated beach access. Signage and everything else is not necessarily there, making it an attractive or actually being able to understand that that's a beach access point. And as you can see on the aerial, you're coming off of Sea Spray in that area, and that is the closest cross street. There's not a clear crossing at that point. You don't see anything designated in the roadway. There's not a traffic signal, and you're going across 4 lanes of through traffic plus the center lane turn lane. So that in itself would make this a difficult site to utilize for that type of parking. Next, please. This is, again, focusing on the type of access that there's being provided. That's shown over there in the photograph, which shows the rail fence leading you to the beach. And again, same situation in regards to necessary improvements to encourage pedestrian access. Next slide, please. Similar situation in this as well. This one does have a sign, as you can see, where it says DBS 77A looking east. There is a small sign that identifies it as a beach access, so that can help out. I just want to kind of point out, and kudos to Daytona Beach, because I don't know if you've seen their wayfinding signs. They're large. They provide, color. They get you attention. They identify these types of things. Next, please. In conclusion, we're seeing that if this ordinance is passed by the city, first and foremost, the city and the county will be facing a loss of or basically investments, because the properties that we've acquired and developed on the east side of South Atlantic will now be made non-conforming, and if they're ever destroyed, damaged, we would not necessarily be able to bring them back the way they were. The areas that they've been limiting where we can replace parking are very, very, very limited as far as accessibility. The fact that we have a limitation on the usability of the land, in other words, only 60% of the property could be used, means that we have to acquire more and more land now to meet the minimum parking that we want to try and provide. And most importantly, we're supposed to provide accessibility. These sites are creating problems from that. And when we were looking at that picture of Andy Romano, those people who are dropping off realize what they're doing is they're dropping off kids and everything else and then going and finding another place to park. Without having that capability of being able to drop off and get there, you're going to be having additional limitations on accessibility. And first and foremost, ADA compliance. We want to make sure that we want to have our beaches accessible to everybody to the maximum extent feasible. So we believe that this ordinance is going to create some problems from us being able to follow through with our directives from the charter. It's going to put some constraints on us for future expansion of parking, and it also puts an unreasonable requirement, which we have yet to find anything in their comprehensive plan that specifically prohibits parking Avenue. That's my quick presentation.
Right.
Just to also kind of summarize what is going on specifically with the 2 lots that Dan referenced. We have submitted a rezoning request to take it to P, which was the staff's direction. We did not necessarily agree with that direction, but we were trying to cooperate with them and follow through as they were recommending. So they said to go ahead and rezone the property to P. We've submitted that, and it's going to be on their planning and zoning board on July 10th. We also felt that we could submit a site plan and get approval of that site plan, because currently, if you look, there's other parks of similar nature with the same exact zoning that we have, we felt it was appropriate to go forward. That was the denial that Dan referenced, because we received an administrative order from their staff denying that site plan, and we are appealing that, and I believe that's on for the August 8th meeting.
Okay.
Then the last item is this ordinance itself, which we appeared at May 23rd at their city council, recommended or basically identified a concern with it and recommended that they not approve it. That's now been continued to August 22nd.
Ms. Weaver.
Thank you. Thank you, Clay, for all of this. This is a hard thing that's going on right now. This is the city that I live in, and this is the city that I was a council person on for 6 years. I was a council person at the time that the land was purchased for parking. And at the time, even though letters were written that we were not in support, I was always in support of having a nice parking area. I wanted to see something other than concrete walls. So I was very happy that we were proposing a park that could be used by all of the county, even at that time. So I am still stating that I am in support of having parking that is needed. It's not that I'm not thinking about my city and the revenue they have right now. They've passed on the first reading their height limit. So there's going to be another revenue generating there if that continues to proceed. But this is so difficult because it is my city. However, I am a county elected official, and I'm looking at this for future, but also for the people, anyone outside of the city that can't find a parking spot. I mean, I don't necessarily drive on the beach, and I did with my husband, but I don't on my own. And I have found that I cannot find a spot to park in my own city, you know, and I have gotten so I don't go to the beach until after 4 o'clock. I think what we're getting more and more evidence of that we're on the right path as far as the county in where we stand on this. I'm having so much confusion with the fact that we've got other parks that were established under these same comp plans, and now all of a sudden this one is not, you know, it's not going to go forward. As well as the fact that, you know, when I met with the staff in the council when this first started coming up, I immediately wanted to talk to my city because that's, you know, what I feel is important to kind of get in between. What can we do? At first, I thought the conversation was moving, well, had you come to us first before they purchased, we could have worked out something. Well, that made me think, okay, it's already purchased, but if they could work out something then, why can't they work out something now? I know none of us want to go into a lawsuit. I certainly don't want to see that for my city. Absolutely don't want to do that. But I think that the more and more evidence that's piled up, I just feel that the county is moving in the right way, and hopefully we can still negotiate with the city that maybe not everybody's going to win everything, but we can at least compromise on some issues somewhere, but at least get back to the table to talk. And I think by they're trying to pass these new ordinances, I feel really bad about that, but that makes me think of Ponce Inlet and the problems that they came into with people purchasing, thinking that they could build something, and all of a sudden the city coming in and changing the code halfway through I'm disappointed in the way it's heading, but I think the county is moving in the right direction.
Ms. Denise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the bigger picture for me and as a county is what the Shores is doing, because they have 1/3 of the drivable beach, is creating an unfair, an undue burden on the rest of the county and those seeking access to the beach, especially when they have 1/3 of it. And I will tell you, down in southeast Volusia, I made that comment offhandedly at the last meeting that, go ahead and sell the property. Southeast Volusia will gladly, New Smyrna will take that money. Of course, we don't have any lots to buy. That's the other piece to it. There are no options down there. We're at capacity. And if you had put Southeast Volusia, New Smyrna Beach up there, you'd have a completely different story. This at least looks like organized chaos. You would take New Smyrna and just call it chaos. Take out the organized. I mean,
On steroids.
Oh my gosh. So we have an issue, and we're doing our best to address it, and it's difficult. I get that, but I think, and when we have this workshop, Mr. Chair, on the beach issues, I am convinced more and more that we have an undervalued asset. We do not value our beach enough, or the beach parking. When you go to a movie theater for a movie and you buy your ticket and you spend what you spend on popcorn and drinks per person. I mean, we look at entertainment or we look at access. We need to value our beach access stronger, better, be better stewards, and at the same time insulate Volusia County citizens from just a cascade that comes in on the weekends and during the high season, and then we're left to do all the cleanup, and our citizens take the impact and their taxes very genuinely. So I think we will be doing everybody's service if we have a really strong conversation. I'm willing to look at increasing the rates for out-of-county citizens. I am. And every time this happens more, not for Volusia County citizens, not for Volusia County. When we went through this a couple years ago, everybody told us, oh, nobody's going to come back. You're killing the goose that laid the golden egg. I don't think so. We have seen increase after increase after increase because it's still the best value for family, entertainment, and recreation, and it's in Volusia County at our beaches, and we're good stewards. So I'm not afraid to have that discussion.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to protect Volusia County citizens, and if that means raising rates for out-of-county folks, I'm good with that too.
Let's just put some polish on that golden egg. Ms. Seaman,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Denny's raises a good point where there's not much
let's
land.
move this along.
Yes,
This
sir.
is only
This-
an
this
item
is-
for
this-
information.
this
All
is-
of this is going to come back or may not come back.
This is an important issue that I think needs to get out. There's limited amount of land. One of the things the city of Daytona Beach Shores asked us about was whether or not the county would be interested in some sort of public-private partnership. When Mr. Deneen met with the city manager on Monday, he assured the city that the plans right now are similar to the holding pattern that we're having on Main Street with the city of Daytona Beach.
We know that.
That someday that we will need to go up. And that it's an important point because we will never have enough land to provide enough access, and we will have to go up, and if we do, we will have to at some point address some sort of public-private partnership.
Yeah, we can build garages over each ramp, open air garages, 6, 10, 12, 15 stories tall, and everybody can park, elevator down, or jump off, or take slides or whatever.
Well, we wanted to assure the city of Daytona Beach Shores that we weren't trying to buy all the land in their city, that we are looking at other alternatives as part of this.
Ms. Cusack.
Thanks so much for the presentation. I think it's well done, and it gives us an avenue as to why we do what we do and where we need to go. So with that in mind, Mr. Chair, I think that we have already proposed that we would do what is necessary to negotiate, bearing in mind that there is 1/3 of driving of the beaches in the shore. So we have to do what we need to do to make sure that we have access for our citizens. You may live in the shores, but you do not own the beach in the shores. And so that is the key that we must keep in mind as we move forward with this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Ms. Wheeler, just to follow up on your comment or concern, this is going to go to the courts. It's going to be settled there, and you've prepared our case. Their decision to create an ordinance after the fact carries no weight in a court of law, I would think. Dan and I talked about that. I think that might even hurt them to show what they were trying to do on the other part. So let's let this all play out. We will know something by our second meeting in August. It's going to go as friendly if possible as suit, and let's move it on from there. And thank you, Clay, and everyone else involved in preparing the information. And unless anyone has anything else, we will recess for lunch for our executive session, and we'll come back after lunch at whatever time that may be to conclude. With that, the meeting is recessed until we get back.
She won another award last night. Are you doing okay? Okay. No, like if you got a little your hand rough.
How you doing?
I knew that you were doing. How are you? Good to her. Yeah. You okay? Good, good. Okay, we'll just go downstairs. From who?
Ready? We're going to reconvene the county council meeting of June 15th at 2:10 p.m. And we will move to closing comments. And before I do these, I want to ask the rest of the council, only because we found that it worked good, especially on items, if we would start with the county manager, go to the attorney, then if they had things for us to discuss, we could enter freely into discussions with them. Would that be okay? Jim, we'll start with you then.
I have nothing today.
Dan, that's what I liked about it.
Mr. Chair, we've sent to you by email, and we have hard copies of a memo prepared by Michael Rodriguez regarding the medical marijuana proposal the legislature passed. It's just for information. It tells you what decisions will confront you.
Jamie, you don't get a comment, I guess. Okay. And with that now, then we'll go to Ms. Wheeler to start.
I just have nothing to say other than I was at the Juneteenth event last night, and what a wonderful evening. It was just filled to the brim with people. But at the end of the meeting, when my dear friend here decided it was getting late and she'd like to go, and I had to scamper around to try to keep her in her seat, she was awarded a community service award. And
No, she did not know.
we
knew
and
she
there
didn't know.
was a poem, this woman wrote this poem who is known, McFadden, Dr. McFadden. It was so touching. It was just so touching. She got a beautiful plaque and a standing ovation from everybody in there. And I was in tears, and she was also. I was just glad that you hung around. But congratulations again, Joyce, for being such a good steward.
And since you are next up on the list, you get to comment on that one.
What's left to be said, but it was a wonderful evening, and I want to thank the council and the citizens of county government that have given me an opportunity to serve and be a servant for the people of this great county. It means a lot to me that you showed up for the NAACP Awards, Trailblazers. That was probably one of the highlights of my career as a healthcare professional and as an elected official. And I thank you all so much for being there. It's nothing like having people who know all about you and love you still. And you know all about me. You've seen me at my best and at my worst.
Are we done for the year now?
Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. However, I just think it's so important that you know that I'm just so honored to serve with you and to be called a citizen in Volusia County. And Mr. Chair, I applaud your leadership and I thank you so much for doing what you do, and to each of you here in your respective places as council members. We may disagree on some things, but we agree on more than we disagree upon. And at the end of the day, we do what we think is best from our perspective, and we must respect each other. Even when there are bad bills, you try to make it better. And sometimes when you make it better, you may not like the entire package, but you made it better. And so everyone here has made the Homeless Coalition piece better. Whether you supported it today or not, that's okay, but it's better. And I did that a lot in the legislature. Didn't get much done, but I stopped a whole lot of bad stuff.
That's a big deal.
And that's a big deal. And it's called putting a little bit of hot sauce on ice cream. And that's what we have done. And so I'm honored just to be a citizen in Volusia County and to start full circle, having been a part of this county government as the nurse. And so that's it, Mrs. Chair.
Thank
Y'all have a good week,
Thank
And
you.
maybe, I would like to tell you that I will not be here for the first meeting in July. I'm going to be out of the country for 3 weeks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Deb, Ms. Dennis.
And out of collaboration, I'm with Councilwoman Cusack for 3 weeks out of the county. Is that okay if I still take you up on that? Absolutely. Okay. Actually, I do have a few pieces. If you could put this piece up. Yesterday, we did the ribbon cutting for the first Sun Trail, not only in Volusia County, but in the state of Florida. If you could bring that down full screen. The city of Edgewater hosted it, and the new council doesn't remember this, but it was a year and a half ago, I think. I came in, we had met with the city of New Smyrna and the city of Edgewater to connect the coast-to-coast trail through Edgewater and take it down to a beach connection in New Smyrna Beach, and agreed to put a trailhead at the Marine Discovery Center. And what we used, and council unanimously agreed, was when we set out the presentation, was unencumbered eco dollars at the time. And the reason this worked was because the city of Edgewater already had the right-of-way through the south campus of Daytona State. So each city had already been working on it, and when we sat down together with the TPO and other agencies and we looked at this, it was like, can it be this easy? And it was, only because everybody had been working on their own, and collaboratively we came together in this project. Well, then when Volusia County, or the TPO, our River to Sea TPO, we qualified under the trails, or Volusia County did, I guess, for the Sun Trail grant. We switched the eco dollars from the Edgewater project to the Sun Trail dollars, which gives us a better return on investment, and returned all that money to eco. But the county was still in for, I think, just $82,000, I believe, in the engineering and design on this particular leg. It was a great event yesterday. Councilwoman Northey was there. I brought her up to the microphone and let her get her honor that she deserves, because she really is a trail queen and had vision on these type of projects before any of us even knew it was on the radar. So it's a great connector. It's really put us on the page. The state was there, FDOT was there, the agencies were there. So a lot of kudos to Volusia County, and it can't be go unsaid too that this money that Volusia County got for the Sun Trail system, we won it by 1 point in the rating system, and that's because there's an app for that. It's our trail app that put us over. We beat out Tallahassee and had to keep our position with Tallahassee because they fought us behind the scenes. But we kept our position, got the funding. That was a bit, in fact, that's why you have this water here. Do you see the logo? The city of Edgewater passed us out. It's got the city of Edgewater logo on it, the county council logo on, and the Sun Trail. So it just great collaboration with that. And here's a piece. You know, this council meeting information sheet, and Mr. Manager, I was just looking at this, that I've asked them to include again, so if you have a question or an issue. Fred, this was yours, Councilman Lowry, on Enterprise Museum, and I don't know if I missed this or it's already happened. It says staff will have for the June 15th meeting did we take care of that, the request from the Enterprise Museum? Councilman Lowry, did we, is that done?
Yeah, I didn't know if I need to pass out copies or not. I don't know if I need to pass out copies or not, but we have that request to have the letter here, if y'all want a copy of it.
No.
And I'll be taking care of that, yeah.
Okay, because it just says staff will have for the June 15th meeting, so
Yeah.
I didn't know if that had to come before council or where that was, but that's.
We already kind of approved doing the letter. I'm assuming I can go ahead and send the letter on out. That doesn't need to come back before this group again, although I have copies if you're interested.
I assumed he could, and it seemed like something you'd all support.
Yeah.
If I can add one comment to what Ms. Denny said, being here 11 years, when I think back to the first meeting I had when we were first talking about the trail system, and people say, what can you get accomplished on the local level? No one, I did not envision that we would be anywhere. It is hard to believe, I mean, this whole ecotourism and having a trail, it sounded okay, a cute little piece of trail out west. It's hard to believe that 11 years later, it is now a really big thing, and ecotourism is becoming bigger. But I never dreamed that we would have the asset that we have. And it just shows what happens when you put your mind to it, you dedicated funding to it. But it's hard to believe how much got accomplished. And then because of that, we got stuff like Sun Trail because we were there.
Well, and to that point, Next year in March, Bike Florida will be in the trail from Edgewater down to Titusville, and that's going to be 600 to 800 participants. And so the city of Edgewater is already planning for that, as we will with the excuse me, bicycle pedestrian group at the TPO. But anyway, yes, Ms. Seaman, we talked about this, want to go on the record again. There's some new information, Webster Creek Mitigation Bank. This is still coming up, and it's a submerged land issue again. Is there movement on that?
Yes, ma'am. The applicant was supposed to do a ordinary high watermark survey and provide that to the state in order to obtain the permit. They're coordinating that through the Division of State Lands in Tallahassee. Mr. Rodriguez from our office will be in Tallahassee tomorrow to talk to some of the folks in the Division of State Lands about that issue.
Wonderful.
It is a determination by the state. It's not our determination to make, but we are trying to get as much information as we can to the citizens so that they're aware why the state made the determination of where the sovereign submerged lands are located.
So we're still actively engaged on behalf of the citizens of Volusia County on that submerged lands lease.
Yes, ma'am, and monitoring the permit and the potential issuance of the permit.
Okay, thank you. And thank you. Here's an issue that, because of the Florida Sunshine Law, the TPO and the Elected Leaders Roundtable, this is the only time I can really talk about this or share this, since most of us, we all sit on, at one point or another, on the TPO. We had an executive committee meeting, the TPO executive committee meeting last week, and there was discussion brought up, and it started with our executive director and other members of the executive committee concerned about a discussion regarding elected officials roundtable, focus on transportation and the pursuit of additional funding for transportation projects. The committee members voiced a number of questions regarding the direction of the roundtable and generally recognized that they were not well informed of the progress and direction of the group, and that better communication is needed so we can move forward in the most positive direction.
I'll make that when I do my comments.
Okay, successfully. So I just wanted to give you a heads up, Mr. Chair, that you will be receiving, or somebody within that group will be receiving, an official letter from the executive committee of the TPO, because, and I think this is the most important thing, it says, although these are somewhat independent decisions, transportation functions as a system, our local roads, the state roads, and interstate highways, transit, and technology. So we just want to make sure that within all these projects, so we're working for a successful conclusion for all of us, and that the systems stay connected. So it's just a request to move forward in a very positive direction for all those concerned. So I just wanted to tell you that you will be receiving an email regarding that. And the last very small thing was yesterday there was a meeting at the Brannan Center. I serve on the Indian River Lagoon, I forget too many initials, Indian River Lagoon Council for the National Estuary Program. They did a 1 and 5 year review yesterday in Brannan, at the Brannan Center, with the state, DEP, the EPA, the water management districts were there, the management board, the members of the board of directors. It was a 4-hour meeting working on water quality issues at the Indian River Lagoon, and looking at what can be done. And I think Volusia is poised very well going forward with our staff, what Volusia County's brought to the table. And I know that we had our guys out there as part of showing them up and down the lagoon, the water quality issues that need to be addressed, with the successes, some of the challenges. So thank you for bringing the boat out, and our guys out there. We had a couple captains out there too. So water quality and transportation seems to be the issues that that's going to take up our time now going forward, as it should. But I think we're poised well with staff. I think we're poised well with the organizations that we all belong to and support. So just wanted to give you a briefing on that, and that's all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just add one thing I did happen to think about? I had talked with staff about this, but I do think I would like to bring it up that we know that the governor has $85 million that he's going to be playing around with. And then I just want to make sure everyone knows that we are out there trying to get that for the 2 projects that were very important to us that were vetoed out.
We're doing everything we can to put back Williamson Road and the airport improvements.
Yeah, those fall right into the category of what that money is for, and since he's all about jobs, I think we should be at, yes, and so I really would like to make sure that council is kept abreast of all of that.
How about this? How about we draft a letter from the council on those two
support.
items?
This is important.
Requesting that he reconsider those, especially in light of the opportunity for job creation.
And the Daytona Economic Development Group also would like to be included on anything that they can do, or any letters you need from them. They would be glad to and would like to
But
participate
it's on
in that.
2 things. It's infrastructure and it's all about jobs.
Yeah,
In
that's
both,
it.
both projects.
So anything you need from them, they would like to be included in that also. Thank
Okay.
you.
Ms. Post, do we need a motion to draft a letter? No.
Okay.
We'll do it.
Ms. Post,
For once, I don't have anything.
how come I lost you? You got marked off the list. You still have Fred?
I thought I already said something. Anyway, I had the. Oh no, that was right. That was her thing. My bad. Well, give me barbecue, and I'm just messed up all
Well,
day.
I was asking for you, and then she talked, and then I marked
No,
you
no.
off the
All I
list.
wanted to point out was I had the letter ready. I'm going to go ahead and send it. Don't need to come back before y'all. And staff did a great
Okay.
job. Thank you.
And Heather, you said that was it? You're good? Okay, just a couple of things. I'd already had on my list the transportation issue. The CEO Business Alliance has agreed to fund the initial surveys. They've also agreed that in the future they would look to, in the event that we have to contract with the person that's expediting the project. Understand that this was a committee that was formed by the managers. And Mayor Apgar and myself were asked to sit on that committee that's headed by Joe Yarborough. And I've been working with staff here to help us present our needs of transportation. The next function, and we will have a continuous update on where we are in the process. The next critical update is in July, and it will show you where we are in the process on proceeding to see, first of all, the needs of throughout the county for transportation, and then we'll be looking at a funding mechanism for that. The surveys will be out to see what's acceptable. Will people accept funding for flooding? Will they accept fund for other issues? Or will they be willing to accept for transportation? Does that include sidewalks and so forth? So the surveys will all give us that information. And like I said, I will give you more detailed updates now that we have the initial meeting. Mr. Deneen and I both attend those meetings, and I will make sure that you get full reports back on everything that we do, because it is tied to TPO, and there may be, the idea is that by doing what we're doing, we can increase the use of our dollars by making them multiply by applying for different grants and so forth. So it's all about accomplishing something good.
Mr. Chair, maybe for the sake of the council, what we could do is that if there's anything to report, every council meeting, you give them an update.
That's it.
That way the council members will know, and there should never be a time, if we decide to go forward, where the TPO and this list would not be one and the same. I mean, they should all agree.
Right.
Yeah.
And basically what we're looking at is items that probably would not be funded necessarily by TPO, but those that could be funded by TPO dollars. They could be funded by extra dollars that come on. We could try to find a way, since we would be helping to get that money to fund ahead, they could be moved up on a list that wouldn't adversely impact current projects that are in the hopper.
Exactly.
To be worked on. Right. Right. So that would help, because we've got transportation issues out there. People know it, and that's one of the issues that I had focused on. I had a 180-day issue of things to get done, and thank you all, the council, for making the agreement we voted on today better than what we had originally conceived. And I can mark that off the list, along with Votran I marked off the list, and we're moving forward with the beach issues, the other additional transportation issues, and the clean water, as well as the employees, which we also are working on at the same time. So I'm thankful that we've gotten now in less than 180 days, some big ones put aside or accomplished, so we can move to the rest of them. With that, I wanted to be out by 2:30. It's done. Adjourned, 2:30.
Joyce.